Welcome into the Hot Shop. Just to give you a little update of what we have going on. Today we have a couple of visiting artists if you didn't know already, and right now they're just practicing creating some of these shapes that you see on the ground, specifically this one over on the right. So this piece that they have at the center bench is a little bit smaller than the end product, but they're just going to practice putting some bits of glass onto this hollow object at the center bench. So for those who recently joined, just to give you a little overview, today we have a couple of visiting artists, and I'll give a little bit of background on them as they continue working on this piece at the center bench. Today we have two visiting artists, Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And Susan is the one standing sort of closer to the front here with the black shirt, and Adam is the one with the blonde hair at the center bench. And this is their first residency here at the museum. And this residency specifically is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us. They just finished a 2-week residency / class over there at Pilchuck and are continuing to explore their glass through this residency here. They're using traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair, as you'll see with a lot of their images of work up on the screen. And specifically, right now, they're just practicing with this piece that they're making at the center bench. They're basing it off of this sketch on the floor, if you didn't see that already. So welcome to everyone who just joined us. Just to give you a quick little overview of what's going on. Today we have a couple of visiting artists, which are the two who are at the center bench currently, Adam and Susan. And right now, at the moment, they're just practicing some different patterns on the outside of this bubble or hollow glass. And they're sort of practicing this pattern that you can see on the floor right here, sketched out in chalk. So since I have quite a few new people in the hot shop, and just in case some of you haven't been in a hot shop before, I'll give a little overview, and this will describe all of the temperatures of everything that we're working with. And so everything that we do in here starts in our furnace. You could see them gathering out of that right one today. These are large tanks with the closed doors, and these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass at an angle, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon, or we can use it for solid sculpting. And so you're going to see both of those today. We're going to be mixing those two techniques together. And to make sure that our glass is staying nice and warm so we can continue to work with it, this is where our open face furnaces are coming into play. You can see we have them on pretty much at every bench today. And these are just for reheating. They don't have any glass inside of them, and they run at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. But usually we adjust the temperature whether we want to heat it up faster or slower. And both those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. Later on, you'll see them use some torches as well, and I'll explain those once we get to them. And just in case anyone else didn't know, just feel free to raise your hand and let me know if you guys ever have any questions, whether it's about the glass process or even questions for the artists themselves. So for everyone who just joined us, today we have two visiting artists. You may have seen the names as you walked into the hot shop. But just to give you a little background on them, today we have Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. Adam is the one currently sitting at the center bench right here, and Susan, I'm sure, will join us shortly once more. And can I have some of their work up on the screen again, please? So up on the screen, you will see a slideshow with our visiting artists' artwork, along with a couple of sketches that they may be working on during this residency here. And this is their first residency at the museum. And this is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, about 2 hours north of us. They just finished a residency there /class. and came over here to finish exploring their glass over just at the Museum of Glass. And they're using traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair, as you'll see when you watch their slideshow. And to specifically point out another thing, when we see Susan, I'll point her out, but Susan is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass through this residency, which is where a lot of these symbols are coming from that you see in the glass. And currently our artists are working on practicing this object right here that you could see drawn in chalk closer to the right side of the hot shop. And so this piece that they're working on at the center bench is just practice. They're practicing what's going to achieve the exact shapes that they're looking for. And just once again, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Now that piece was just practice, so they just broke it off the end of the pipe as you saw. And this was broken off into a bucket that only has clear glass, I believe. And since that piece was made from entirely clear, we would technically be able to just break it up again and throw it into our clear furnace to be melted down and reused. So that's what's really nice about using all clear glass for a project. And I'll point this out as well up on the screen or over on the right side of the hot shop. You could see Adam using a pipe cooler. And this is just a trough of water that splashes water up onto that handle area of the pipe, cooling it down so we can handle it closer to the glass once more. And so they will use that every now and then once the heat starts to travel back towards their hands. And Susan, who I was talking about a little bit earlier, she has just joined us at the center bench once more as well. So I just had a question about how we cool our glass down or what we do with it when we're done. And since that's not going to happen for a little while, I thought I'd tell everyone in the audience. So when we finish a piece, we have to put it through an annealing cycle. And this is going to cool the glass very, very slowly from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And we use these large black boxes on either side of the hot shop to cool them down in such a way. It just holds them at a very stable 900 degrees Fahrenheit until we're ready to cool it down, and then all we have to do is press a button. Cools down from about overnight to 24 hours usually. Really depends on the thickness of the glass. So this piece that they have at the center bench is actually this small connection point between the foot of this piece and that larger blown form that's going to sit on top. And I just had a little explanation of how this whole process is going to work. They are going to actually drop this bubble down onto that connection point, and this is going to become that foot. And this is called a blown foot. So now he still has this bubble kind of closed off on the end of that connection point, so he's going to have to open it up, and you'll see how he does that pretty soon. And this torch right here, I briefly mentioned earlier they were going to start using some of these, but this one's running at around the same temperature as the furnace is at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But the torch is able to heat up a specific area of the glass rather than the entire thing overall. And that's important because that bubble that they have is really hot, but they wanted to heat up just that connection point once more. And then they're able to go back into the furnace for a more general heat. So you'll notice these wooden blades look pretty similar to those little metal blades that he was using earlier. Those metal blades were the jacks, and those are very commonly used. But those wooden blades that he's using now are pachofis. And you could see he was using the tips of them on the inside of this glass. And if we were to use the metal blades for that, that would obviously be gouging into that hot glass, creating scraping and just marks that we don't want. And so the pachofis are important to be able to be softer on the glass and be able to shape it from the inside of the piece. So after finishing the foot and that connection point for this piece, this is going to be placed into the garage, which is that large silver box on the floor there. And this is going to keep that foot and that connection point nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, just at that very exact temperature. It's not hot enough to change the shape of the glass that they already have, and it's not cold enough to allow it to break from thermal shock, so it's just perfect temperature. So that's going to rest in there, and they're going to get started on this larger blown portion that's going to sit on top. And welcome to anyone who recently joined us. Just to give you a little overview of who we have here today. Today we have two visiting artists, one of them standing up here with me, Susan Spiranovich. And we also have Adam Holtzinger, who is currently gathering out of that furnace over on the right side of the hot shop. And this is their first residency at the museum, actually. And this is a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us here. So they just finished a 2-week residency / class over there at Pilchuck, and will continue to explore their glass through this residency here. They use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And to give you some examples of their previous artworks, that'll be up on the screen shortly. And to point out Susan once more, she is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass throughout this residency. And can I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist's previous artwork, and along with some of the sketches that they might be working on during this residency. Now, since we have quite a few new people in the hot shop, I think I'll just give a quick overview of the temperatures of everything that we're working with in here, give you a little understanding of the hot shop itself. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. We've been gathering out of this right one over here. It's a large tank with a closed door. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon, or we can use it for solid sculpting. And you'll see both of those techniques today for this piece. And the open face furnaces at each bench that you see, these are reheating chambers. They're running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And these do not have any molten glass inside of them, I'd like to point out, just for reheating. And we have multiple of them running today so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time rather than trying to make it work with one furnace, for example. So there's not a huge significant difference at all between any of the open face furnaces throughout the hot shop. And both those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air, while our torches actually run off of propane and oxygen. And just a reminder for anyone who recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Could be questions about the glass process or for the artists themselves. So this is 96 glass, and it is called soft glass, is what most people call it. It has a lower melting point than other types of glass you might use. And at the center bench, you could see they just dropped this large bubble on top of that small connection point they had. So they are going to be making another one of those feet in preparation for this piece. And they're going for very exact measurements for this piece, so maybe that previous one was a little bit too small, for example. And when they drop that bubble on top of that connection point, in this case it is called a blown foot. And so to open this bubble up, Adam is going in with a pair of jacks, and he's squeezing down this line or this divot in the glass bubble. And he's making sure not to cinch it all the way down or all the way closed. So when he breaks that end piece off, this is going to leave him an opening behind. So this right here that Adam is using is simply a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And this is a very commonly used tool in the hot shop, despite how odd it sounds. You'll see them in almost every hot shop you go to. It's one of the only flexible tools. It's kind of molded to your hand, and it's also as close to using your hand on the glass as you can get. Now, we haven't seen them use this small torch quite yet. This is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I was told. And that is over double the heat of the molten glass, which is running at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit very steadily. And now a second pipe has been created with a small bit of clear on the end, and this is brought over to that foot that they have at the center bench, placed right in the center of the bottom of that foot. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty, and this is basically just going to give them access to the opposite side of the piece. And so after breaking that off, now they have access to the top of that foot where they're going to attach the main body of that piece. And welcome to everyone who recently joined us. We have quite a few new people in here, so I'm going to give everyone a little overview of who we have here today and what they're working on. So today we have two visiting artists. We have Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And Adam is the one sitting at the center bench here. Susan is the one over on the right side of the hot shop. And this is actually their first residency here at the museum. And this is a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School. They just finished a 2-week residency / class over there and headed over here to continue to explore their glass through this residency. And Pilchuck is just a glass school that's about 2 hours north of us, if you're wondering. And they use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And to give you examples of their previous artwork, can I have that up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artists' previously made artwork, along with a couple of sketches of what they may be working on during this residency. And after finishing that foot with that small attachment, this is brought over to the garage, which is this big silver box on the floor over here. And this foot is going to rest inside of that large box, staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is not hot enough to change the shape of the glass that we already have, but it's also not cold enough to allow that glass to break from thermal shock. So this is going to hold it at a steady temperature, and then when we're ready with the body later on, we can pull that foot back out and attach it to the bottom. And over on that right bench, Nick is getting started on our next bubble. And you can see he's using this wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is called a block. These are usually made out of a fruit wood such as cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent burning. And this is used to even out that glass very perfectly smooth, symmetrical. When we blow the bubble, that bubble will blow out evenly. And for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, this sketch over closer to the right side of the hot shop at the center here, this is what they're going to be working on today. They've just finished the foot of that sketch. Now they have to work on the body with all of those sculpted bits around the outside. And up on the screen, we actually, these are some other pieces that they'll be working on, but we're working on a different piece at the moment. And currently Nick is using a pipe cooler. You can see it up on the screen if you can't see over on the right side of the hot shop. This is just a trough of water that splashes water up onto the handle of the pipe and cools it down so we can handle it a little bit closer to the glass once more, because that heat does start to travel back towards the artist's hands every now and then. So whenever I've asked them why don't they wear gloves or protective equipment of any sort in general, it's mostly because it hinders movement, and they don't really need protection as long as they're not touching the glass itself and they don't touch the wrong end of the tool. If they don't do either of those things, they're perfectly safe anyways. So right now you'll notice the artists are just letting this glass rest and allowing it to cool down before they gather a fresh new layer of clear glass. And it's important that they let the previous layers cool off, otherwise the shape of the glass that they already have or the bubble inside of it could change when they stick it into that molten glass. So Adam, who is the man at the center bench heating up the glass currently, has told me he's been working with glass for 23 years. And Susan said she's been around glass for that long. So right now, Adam is using a pair of jacks, those two metal blades. This is one of the most important tools in the hot shop because we can make a jack line, which is that divot in the glass you see now. This is where they remove the piece later on from this pipe. And so this is going to become the body for the piece that they're working on currently, which is this sketch closer to the right side of the hot shop here. So they've already made this foot. Now they're just moving on to the body. This is going to be lightly flattened on two of the sides and become almost a little bit of a paddle shape. And Adam is once again going in with the stack of newspapers soaked in water. And he's able to go on the side of this piece and make sure that it's keeping that really nice cylindrical shape. And I get questions about this every now and then, and so I thought I would share with the rest of the audience, but the artists know when the piece is hot enough if they just watch the glass and they can see how much it's moving, or they just have enough intuition. But when we heat up the glass, we're not heating it back up to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That would be practically molten and it might lose its shape. So we're heating it up a little bit lower than that, but we need it to also be above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're just trying to watch the glass and see how it moves. So since I have some new people in the crowd, just to briefly mention the torch again, it's running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, that large fluffy flame torch. And it's being used to heat up a specific area of the glass, so maybe like the back end or just the front, for example. And this just allows them to apply extra heat to an area. Say if they don't want another area to move while they're working on one area. And now Adam is going in with two corkwood paddles, and this is how they're going to flatten those two sides of the glass. And this is such a subtle movement that you guys won't notice, but at the same time, Sarah is capping the end of the pipe on the other side, and this is keeping all of that air trapped as he's pressing down with those paddles. And this is going to make sure that as he's shaping it, the glass isn't going to kind of cave in on itself. It's going to keep that really nice round shape. Now, welcome to anyone who recently joined us in the hot shop or just joined us. Just to give you a little overview of what we have going on today and who we have here. Start with who we have here. We have two visiting artists, if you didn't know, Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And Susan is the one in the black shirt, black and white hair, and Adam is the one who's been working on that piece at the center bench. And this is their first residency at the museum here. And this residency is actually a collaboration between Pilchuck and the museum. And Pilchuck is a glass school that's about 2 hours north of us. So they just finished a residency / class over there and then came down here to continue working and exploring their glass. And can I have some of our visiting artists work up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of some of our visiting artists' previously made artwork, as well as a few sketches of what they might be working on during this residency here. So they use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. You'll see that as that slideshow goes on. And I'll specifically point out that Susan has is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass during this residency. So that's where a lot of these symbols and patterns are coming from. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And just to point out real quick, this is the piece that they're working on right now, this chalk drawing on the floor. They're going to be working on the main body of it now. They've already made the foot portion. So down on these front tables, I'd like to point out some previously made pieces by our artists. They're not fully finished. They have these bits of clear that need to be ground off through something called cold working, and that's just going to polish and grind those excess bits of glass off. And so these were made on Wednesday, and a lot of these pieces are actually going to be assembled together, but they're going to be assembled cold. They're almost going to be nesting inside of each other. They're not going to be physically attached to each other. So these are a completely different project of theirs. So now Sarah has just brought over a large bit of clear glass. And as you can see, this is going to be touched down onto the side of the piece. And then Adam is going in with a pair of tweezers and lightly connecting this. And he's going to connect this almost all the way down each side of this piece, or those two sides, I should say, copying this pattern that we have on the ground right here out of chalk. And he's going to sharpen those points a little bit later on as well. You'll see how he does that. So that pretty much that same thing is going to be copied on the other side of the piece eventually as well, just mirroring what they already have. So now Adam is going in and just going on the very tops of each of those humps and pulling at them to give them a little bit of a sharper point, just like that image on the floor. And since the glass is pretty thin for those connections, you can see he's going in with a small handheld torch. This torch is really hot, can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I was told. So this is going to very quickly spot heat those little ridges again so that he can just sculpt that area. So you'll notice that this piece so far is all clear. And something interesting to note about that is our furnaces are also all clear glass. So if this piece were to go wrong or they're not happy with it, they could simply break it apart and reuse that glass inside of the furnace once more. And speaking of the furnaces, just to give you a little information on them, that furnace that Sarah just gathered out of, we have two of these furnaces, one over on the right, one over on the left side of the hot shop. They hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just this large ceramic tank with a large pool of molten glass inside of it. And these open face furnaces that we have at each of the benches, these are just for reheating, so they're different from those closed door furnaces. And these run at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We can adjust that temperature as need be. They don't have any molten glass inside of them, just heat for heating up our glass. And both those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air, while our torches actually run off of oxygen and propane. And now Sarah has just brought over that second bit of glass. And like I briefly mentioned earlier, this is going to mirror the other side of the piece they just created. And for those who weren't here earlier, we're working on this piece that's a little bit closer to the right side of the hot shop down in the center. This is sketched out in chalk. We're working on the upper portion of this piece, and we actually have the lower portion or the foot in that connection point already made and set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. So later on, when we have the body of this piece ready, we could just pull the foot back out, heat up those two connection points, and attach them together. And then we will have one complete piece. So now you can see they have pulled that foot back out of the garage where it was staying warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And now they're going to start preparing to attach these two pieces together. So to superheat that connection point, they're going to use this really hot handheld torch here. This can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass. So this is going to allow those two connection points to basically be molten glass. So when they connect the two together, it will be a fluid connection. And now that they have those 2 points nice and hot, those two pieces are attached together. and that second attachment or that second pipe is broken off. And now a second pipe is brought over once more. And this is placed where they broke off that previous pipe. This one seems to be a little bit bigger, so it's going to be able to hold all of the weight of this piece that they have now. And now, once that connection is secure, they're just going to break this piece off of its original pipe. So a little bit of water is applied to that connection point. This is causing purposeful shocking and cracking. And then a simple tap to the pipe and that piece is cleanly broken off. So now from here, they just have to heat up the other side of this piece and start closing it off and adding those extra bits of sculpted glass to the top as well. Now, as they're heating this piece up, for anyone who recently joined, I'm going to give a little overview of who we have here today. Today we have two visiting artists, Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And so Adam is the one who's been working at that center bench, the white glasses, and Susan's the one with the black glasses, black pants, closer to the right side of the hot shop. And this is actually their first residency here at the museum, and this is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us here in Washington. And they just finished a 2-week residency / class over there and have come here to continue to explore their glass and create more. And can I actually have some of our visiting artists' previous artwork up on the screen? So up on the screen, you will see our visiting artists previously made artwork, along with a couple of sketches that they might be working on throughout this residency. And as you watch this slideshow, you'll see they use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And to specifically point out Susan once more, she is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass during this residency, which is where you see a lot of those patterns coming into play. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So right now, Adam is going in with a pair of jacks, those 2 metal blades, and he's carving a line or a divot in the glass just near the end there. And they're going to cut off that entire piece of excess glass on the end. So this tool in Sarah's hand is called a soffietta. That large cone that she is going to blow into is usually used to close off an opening to a piece temporarily and allows them to blow air into the piece. But sometimes they'll switch it around in case the opening to the piece is really small, then they use the mouthpiece instead. And now to break this end piece off, Adam's holding on to that connection point with a pair of diamond shears. And the diamond shears are going to cause a small amount of stress or cracking just in that very small area. Then all they have to do is hit that end piece off. Now they're left over with this really small, perfect opening. So right now at the center bench, Adam is working on just keeping this piece nice and warm at an even temperature so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So that's why he's going in and coming out and resting and then going in and resting. And this is just pretty much waiting while Sarah over on the right bench is creating one more bit of clear glass. And this is going to be used to complete that pattern of those sort of triangle shapes all the way across the top of that piece, just like that sketch on the floor. So the person who is sitting at the bench and doing a lot of that work with their hands, sort of sculpting and blowing and all of the sort of main tasks is called the gaffer, and they're sort of the team leader in that moment. So right now Adam is our gaffer, and then everyone else around him is sort of assistants, and that could mean that they're heating glass for him or they're preparing extra pieces that they'll bring over. So because this glass that they attached is pretty thin, they have to apply a little bit of extra heat to it in order to start sculpting it a little bit further into those perfect points that they're looking for. The glass wants to cool down pretty quickly because it's thin. So they'll go in with a small handheld torch. And then this will hopefully allow them to start pulling those points out a little bit more. And while they're continuing to tweak all of those little points, you'll also notice them using this really large fluffy flame torch to heat up the back end of the piece, kind of near that connection point. And this is because it's the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out of the furnace, so it's naturally the coldest part of the piece. They want to make sure to keep that warm so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. So you can always tell when they're getting prepared or getting ready to break the piece off of the pipe, because you could see someone, Sarah today, has gotten suited up in these special Kevlar gloves, which are going to be used to pick that glass up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And so in order to break this piece off, just like earlier, a little bit of water is going to be applied to that connection point. And this is causing shocking and cracking just in that area. And then hopefully when they tap the pipe, that piece will just break cleanly off from that broken point. And tap of the pipe. And let's give them a huge round of applause. That was their first piece of the day. And they lightly torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends before putting it away in the annealer, which is that large black box over on the wall. This is going to slowly cool the piece down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And we will see that piece another day. So the cooling process usually takes at least overnight, but depending on the thickness of the glass, it can take multiple days even. So I would say about 12 to 24 hours. So I was told by the artists on a previous day that they're hoping these will go into a museum in Croatia, and then they're going to go on sale after that. So since that piece was a lot of effort, our artists are going to take a short break. And for now, I will have our artists' work up on the screen for you to view. They'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. So now our artists are going to get started once more. They're going to be doing some solid clear sculpting. And this is going to be sort of these strands of wheat. And so they're going to be attaching some smaller bits of clear glass to create details, almost like branches and leaves. So this sculpting of the wheat that they're going to do is going to be on top of another piece that they're going to be creating. And you can see they've just sketched this out on the floor with chalk. Now, for everyone who recently joined, just to give you a little overview about who we have here today. Today we have two visiting artists, the man who's sitting at the bench currently, Adam Holtzinger, and also Susan Spiranovich, and that is the woman over on the right side of the hot shop currently. And these two are having their first residency here at the museum. This started Wednesday and is going to go all the way through Sunday. And they just finished a 2-week residency / class at Pilchuck, which is a glass school 2 hours north of us here. And so they're going to continue to explore their glass through this residency here, and it's a partnership with Pilchuck Glass School. And can I have some of their previous works up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artists' previous artwork, as well as maybe some of the sketches that they'll be working on through this residency. They use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And to specifically point out Susan once more, she is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass, which is a lot of the symbolism and patterns that you see in the glass. And so now you can see they're starting to bring over these small bits of clear glass, and these are going to be attached to the sides of this stem that they have created to create some more details for this wheat. And just to give you guys a little bit more information, you can see they've been gathering all of their fresh clear glass from this furnace over on the right. The furnaces with the closed doors are the ones that hold our clear molten glass. They hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, you can see it's very viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we would have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can either blow into our hollow pipe and this expands the glass like a balloon, or we can use it for solid sculpting as we are right now. And so you'll see both methods today. And the open face furnaces at every bench, these are our reheating furnaces. They do not have glass inside of them. And they're running at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we can adjust that temperature as need be. And we just have multiple of them running to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not a huge difference in between those individual open face furnaces. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or any questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over. So up on these front tables and along with this pedestal in the front, these are some pieces that were made previously by these artists. Most of them were made on Wednesday. And these pieces, I'd like to note, they're not completely finished yet. You can see there's these small markings left on them or small bits of glass. They're going to have to grind and polish off of the rest of the piece. And then they're just simply going to nest these pieces on top of or just inside of each other. And so they're not going to be physically attached together. They're just going to be resting within each other. So that piece that they were sculpting at the center bench was mostly just practicing what they want to do for this wheat exactly. And for those who recently joined, they're going to be working on this piece that is closest to me here, sketched out on the floor with chalk. And currently they were figuring out how to sculpt that wheat that's going to be on top. And something that's nice about all of this today is they're using all clear glass for their projects, for their practice and everything. And our furnaces are all clear glass as well. So if we mess up on something, we're not happy with it, we could simply break it apart and reuse it by melting it down in that furnace once more. And since I brought up the furnace and putting that clear glass inside of it, I think I'll play a short video that describes how we fill our furnaces, just in case anyone's wondering the composition of the glass material, for example. So can I have that video, please? Sorry, could I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And since we have quite a few new people in the hot shop, I'll just give a little overview of who we have here today and what's going on once more. So today we have two visiting artists, if you didn't already know, Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And Susan is the one who's kind of closest to the front here. Adam's the one sitting at the center bench working on the glass right there. And this is their first residency here at the Museum of Glass. And this is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, about 2 hours north of us. So they just finished a 2-week residency / class over there and came down here to continue to explore their glass art. And can I have some of their previous artworks up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artists' previously made artwork, along with maybe some sketches of what they might be working on during this residency here. And so as you watch that, you'll notice they use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And to specifically point out Susan once more, she's of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass during this residency here. That's where a lot of those patterns and symbols are coming from for all of their pieces. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And after finishing that single branch in the center of that sculpture, this is going to be placed into the garage, which is that large silver box here. This is going to keep it nice and warm at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And something important to note is that this is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of what we already have, but it's also not cold enough to let it break from thermal shock. So that's just going to keep it at an even temperature until we're ready to attach all of the individual branches together. And every now and then, the heat from the glass will start to travel through the pipe and towards the artist's hands. So over there, Sarah was just using a pipe cooler briefly, and it's just a trough of water that splashes water up onto the handle area of the pipe, and it cools it down almost instantly so we can handle it a little bit closer to the glass once again. So just in case anyone who recently joined doesn't know what we're working on, we're currently working on the sculpted portion of this piece that's drawn on the floor over closer to the left side of the hot shop in the center. And so these are supposed to be like wheat stalks. And so they have already sculpted one of these and set it aside, and they have to make two more, and then they're going to attach them all together, and that'll be the final sculpted piece that'll be attached to the rest of the blown piece. And they'll make the blown piece later on. And so at the center bench, Adam is working on that second wheat stalk. And over on that right bench, you can see Sarah is starting the next wheat stalk, and then all she has to do is pass it over to the center bench where they add all of those bits of glass that kind of look like leaves. So it's almost a little bit of an assembly line, very efficient, so he doesn't have to do all of the work on his own. And so once again, once that wheat stalk is finished, this is brought over to the garage, and this is going to keep it warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it doesn't get too hot and melt or change shape, and it doesn't get too cold and break from thermal shock, just at a perfect temperature. And if I didn't say so already, this small handheld torch that they're using at the center bench is actually the hottest item in the hot shop, and I've been told it gets up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass. So this is going to very quickly melt the end of this rod that they have at the center bench and create a little bit of a ball. And this is just going to be a connection point. So over on that right bench, you could see Sarah has started a small clear bubble of glass on the end of the pipe. And this is going to eventually become a sphere, and they're going to practice some designs on it that they're going to use on the outside of the final sphere. So while Sarah's starting on that sphere over on the right bench, and they're continuing to work on the wheat stalks at the center bench, Nick is over closer to the left side of the hot shop, and he is grabbing the foot out of the garage. And this is this lower portion of the piece that the sphere is going to stand on. So he's lightly heating that up before he'll take it out of the garage. So now they've broken off that first wheat stalk, and they're going to superheat that connection point with a small torch. And then they'll be able to attach it to the side of a second wheat stalk that they created. They'll have to do this one more time with the final wheat stalk as well. And just a reminder, this is the sculpted bit that's going to go on top of the sphere, just based off of this drawing on the floor here. And then you could see that Adam applied just enough heat for that glass to start moving a little bit. And then he used a special pair of tongs that are, they're supposed to have this very nice insulation. So when he touches the glass, it's not going to crack it or shock it from it being too cold. So he was able to use that to bend that stalk. They're going for a nice rounded shape on the outer leaves. And there is our final wheat stalk. And now they have that final wheat stalk attached, so they're just going to have to alter it to mirror the first side that they created. And just a reminder, over on the right bench, Sarah is continuing to gather and build up more mass for this sphere that's going to be created. And for anyone who recently joined, today we have 2 visiting artists. And the 2 that we have here today are Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. Adam's the one sitting down at the center bench currently. Susan is standing right beside him. And this is actually their first residency at the Museum of Glass and is a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us. They just finished a 2-week residency / class over at Pilchuck and then came over here to continue to explore their glass art. And can I have some of our visiting artists' previous artwork up on the screen? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of some of our visiting artists' artwork, as well as a few sketches of what they might be working on during this residency. They use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And to specifically point out Susan, she is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass during this residency, which is where you see a lot of those patterns and themes and symbols coming in. And for anyone who recently joined, we're currently working on this piece that has been sketched onto the ground right here. It's going to be a large sphere with some special designs on the side, and that sculpted bit that they've created at the center bench will be attached to the top. And after finishing those sculpted wheat stalks, those are placed into the garage, which is that large silver box right there. This is going to keep them nice and warm at exactly or around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is not hot enough to change the shape of the glass that we already have, but it's also not cold enough to let it break or crack from thermal shock. So it's just going to hold it at that steady temperature until we're ready to pull it back out and attach it to the rest of everything else that we're creating. So now they've brought that large clear bubble over to the center bench. They're going to start blowing that out into that sphere that they're going for. So right now this tool that Adam is using is simply a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd that sounds, this is a very commonly used tool in the hot shop, and it is one of the only flexible tools and also pretty close to using our hands to shape that glass. So now a clear bit of glass has been brought over, and this is going to be wrapped just straight across this sphere. And you may notice that it's not perfectly in the middle of that sphere because they're going to do 3 stripes of these lines all the way around this sphere. And then they're actually going to pinch the design, and that's going to give it that sort of braided look that you see down on that sketch. So now this is the 3rd and final stripe of clear glass around this piece. And next you'll be able to see how he alters this to give it a little bit of a braided look. So then Adam goes in with a pair of tweezers, and you could see he was starting to pinch those lines together. So this nozzle that Adam's using at the center bench is just blowing some compressed air onto the piece. So right now he's cooling down the bottom of the piece. Most likely he doesn't want it to blow out right there. He wants it to blow out in the other areas instead. So he's trying to cool down the surface of the glass. So right now, Nick has just taken a smaller piece of glass out of the garage, which is that large silver box. He's going to start heating that up. This is going to be the foot of the piece. So it's this lower part here that's going to hold the sphere up. And now that they have that out, they're going to start heating up those two connection points and preparing to put those two pieces together. They want those connection points to be almost molten hot, so when they do connect them, they're just fluidly connected, very strong. So at the center bench, they're done editing this sphere for now. So right now they're just working on keeping it at a nice, even, warm temperature. And so that's why you see them just putting it in the furnace and then coming back out again, kind of over and over again. And over on that right bench, Adam is editing that foot a little bit, probably putting it a little bit back on center. So now that those two pieces of glass are nice and hot, and that connection point is really almost molten, they go ahead and attach those two pieces together. And then all they have to do is break this pipe off the end of the foot. And that was a successful connection. So now they have the foot assembled to the bottom of the sphere. And then they're going to take a bigger pipe and attach it to the bottom of the foot once more. And this is going to allow them to break the piece off of the blown pipe, or the hollow pipe that it's attached to. And then they will have access to the top of the sphere. So now that larger second pipe is brought over. This has a little clear attachment on the end. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty, whether that's a hollow connection or a solid connection. And the punty is just going to allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe and give them access to the other end of the piece. And to break this off, a little bit of water is applied to the connection point, and then a simple tap to the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off. So someone just asked how we color the glass, and this is just one example of how we color glass. So this right here is called frit, F-R-I-T. These are little shards of colored glass, and we get them shipped in usually. And we can just take our clear molten glass and roll it in the frit. Usually it's inside of a little metal bowl, and that sticks to the outside of that clear glass and creates a little bit of a speckled layer of color. Depending on how many layers we put down, we can make it look almost completely smooth. And that's just one of many ways that we apply color. So there's a video I can show you guys a little bit later of how we color the glass in a different way and how we get the color inside of the glass. But to give a basic explanation, it's different metals and materials that we mix into the molten glass mixture. So for example, we can mix cobalt into glass and that creates cobalt blue glass, or just blue glass. That's a very common glass that you'll see in like antique stores, for example. And one of the more expensive colors we have, for example, is like gold chloride, which would create ruby red, sort of pinkish red glass. So this tool that Sarah's going in with is a Sophietta. And usually that large cone that she was blowing into is the part that closes off the opening to the piece. But instead they flipped it around because the opening to this piece is so small. And so this is just to inflate the piece a little bit more after it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. So now you can see we have that very round sphere shape that they're going for. And after blowing that up a little bit, they have no more use for that extra bit of glass on the end, so they go ahead and knock that off. So usually when you see the artist doing that, there's a small bit of glass that had broken off inside of the piece, so he's trying to knock it out while the glass is still cold. If he heats it up and that little bit of glass is still in there, then it will be permanently stuck inside the piece. Not really that big of a deal, but just a little aesthetic thing. And now Sarah has just brought out those wheat stalks that were sculpted a little bit earlier on as well. These are going to be attached to the top of the sphere, as you can see, based off of that chalk drawing on the floor. So Adam is using these insulated tongs to hold on to the sculpted wheat stalks. And this is going to make sure that the glass isn't being touched by anything cold so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And now they're just going to heat up those two connection points and attach the wheat stalk to the top of this sphere, and their piece is pretty much complete. And because that glass is so thin, it heats up really quickly and it cools down really quickly. So you could see they were blasting it with that really fluffy flame, trying to keep it warm. So now to break this piece off of the pipe, some water will be applied to that connection point, and Sarah's going to hold onto this piece with those special Kevlar gloves, protecting her from that glass. And a simple tap to the pipe. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that second piece of the day. That was a big project. And this is now sitting perfectly upright inside of the annealer, which is that big black box on the wall. It will slowly cool down in the annealer at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit to room temperature. And now we are going to take a 1-hour lunch break, so we will be back at around 2:15, and then we'll be here all the way till 5. So thank you for joining us. Welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. Today we have a couple of visiting artists. The two people who have been visiting us from Wednesday all the way through Sunday. We have Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And Susan is the one with the black and white hair, waving at the crowd. And Adam is the one with the blonde hair and white glasses. And this is their first residency at the museum here. And this is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us. So they just finished a 2-week residency / class over there and came down here to continue to explore their glass through this residency. And as you've been seeing with all of their artwork up on the screen, they use a lot of traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And specifically, right now, they're about to get started on a special project. They have a collaborator down on the hot shop floor with them today, the lady in the blue shirt, Sophie, and she is working with them to create this mirror today. So they've just sketched this out on the floor. And while they're continuing to discuss what they'll do for this design, I'll give everyone a little rundown of the hot shop so anyone who hasn't been here before can understand the temperatures and where we're getting our glass from in the first place. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. So we've been gathering out of this right one over here today. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass at an angle, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands it like a balloon, or we can use it for solid sculpting. And you'll see both of those techniques used today. We'll be blowing a form and then opening it up into that oval shape to create the mirror. And then they'll be using sculpted bits of glass around that. And these open face furnaces that you see throughout the hot shop, these are our reheating furnaces, and they run at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have multiple of them running right now just so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not a huge significant difference between those open face furnaces themselves. And both those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And these torches that you'll see us using, those are running off of oxygen and propane. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and I will come right over. So the melting points of different materials can be very different. So the glass has a melting point of around 20 or like 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the steel pipes that we're using have a much, much higher melting point. So they're not even close to melting, although they will glow that orange that you see under that clear glass. So at the center bench, they've been practicing how they're going to make these little leaves that you see that are going to encircle the mirror that they're creating. And so what they're doing is they're taking over a large bit of clear glass, placing it on the side of just this little practice thing, and then they're cutting it in half, and they can then stamp both the halves individually to create two individual leaves. And so this is just a little practice, seeing how they can get the exact shape that they're going for. And it looks like over on the right bench, they have been starting this large clear bubble, and that's going to become that mirror. That's a good question, too. So with our clear glass, since all of the pieces that we're making today have been clear, including the practice pieces, if we're not happy with something, if something breaks, if we don't want it, we can just break it apart and throw it back into the furnace and reuse it, just melt it down again, since our furnaces are all clear as well. And so we have these special buckets that are by the furnace, and some of them are specifically for clear glass only. And then when we go ahead and fill up the furnace, we could just throw that in alongside all the extra glass we put in as well. And every now and then, I was talking to someone about this earlier, the heat does start to travel back towards the artist's hands. And so right there, Adam was just using a pipe cooler, and this is a trough of water. It splashes water up onto the pipe, cooling it down almost instantly. And they can handle the pipe a little bit closer to the glass once more. So right now, Adam is using an important tool called the jacks, which are those two metal blades. And he's carving a jack line into that glass. This is where we remove the piece later on from the pipe, is from that little divot in the glass that you see here. And next, Adam is going in with 2 corkwood paddles. And he's able to use these to gently start to flatten the sides of this piece. So now we're getting more of a disc shape for this piece. So raising the glass up, holding the pipe at that angle is purposeful. It allowed that glass to kind of go more into a squat shape. The gravity was pulling it down onto itself. So now you can see we have a really nice oval shape on the very bottom of this bubble. And this is going to help them achieve this shape that they're going for with the mirror, with that oval shape itself. And every now and then I'll get questions about the pieces that are already displayed. So just to let everyone know real quick, all these pieces that are up on these front pedestals and front tables, these were all made by our same artists either yesterday or Wednesday when they started their residency here. And a lot of these pieces that are down on the table, these are all going to be cold assembled together. So they're not going to be physically attached to each other, but they're going to nest these pieces inside of each other. And now a second pipe has been brought over, and this is placed in the center of the bottom of that oval. The second pipe that they attach to a piece is called a punty, whether it's a hollow connection or a solid connection like this one. And this is going to allow them to break the piece off from its original hollow pipe. And this is going to give them access to the other side of the piece. And so to break that piece off from its original pipe, they just apply a little bit of water, and that causes shocking and cracking in the glass very purposefully. And then they tap the pipe, and that breaks the piece cleanly off. Tapping the pipe will create a vibration that travels to those cracks. That's how that works. So after opening that piece up enough, they were able to go into the furnace and superheat the walls and opening of this piece once more. And then using centrifugal force, or the force from spinning, that piece was flared all the way the rest out. And then they just used a couple of wooden paddles to make sure that it was nice and flat. But pretty much that centrifugal force did the rest of the job. And so now they have that perfect oval shape that they were going for. And you'll see similar techniques for making plates. Obviously, this looks very much like a plate. You'll see a similar technique for wavy bowls, but when they make a wavy bowl, they hang it down while it's still hot, and it creates all of those individual waves around the piece. So now our first large bit of clear glass has been brought over, and this is going to be cut straight down the center. And this will create two individual leaves that are going to be on the outside of this mirror. And so if you look at the sketch on the ground made from chalk, you can kind of see each of those individual pairs of leaves kind of connected by that small dot around the rim of the mirror. So I had a couple of people asking me here and there whether this was going to be mirrorized later on, like made shiny, and yes, it is actually. So once this process is done and the piece is completely cool, they will send it off to become a full-on mirror. So they're going to coat the back side of it in a special solution that's going to give it that reflective color. So if you see them torching the back end of the piece, this could be for a couple of reasons, but the most likely reason is it's the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out, so it's naturally the coldest part of the piece. And if it gets too cold or too different of a temperature than the rest of the glass, then it could crack from thermal shock. And I've seen that happen a couple of times lately, so they're just making sure that it's nice and warm. So we have visiting artists that come in pretty frequently. This residency specifically is 5 days long, so the entire week that the museum is open, basically from a Wednesday through Sunday. And I would say a lot of residencies frequently do that, but sometimes I've seen people come in for only 2 or 3 days, for example. And sometimes we just have visiting artists that will, for example, rent a bench, and so they're not exactly in a residency, but they're still here, and I'm still talking about them. And for anyone who recently joined, I'd like to give a little overview of who we have here today and what we're creating at the moment. So today we have 2 visiting artists, and these artists are Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And so Susan is the one with the black and white hair, black pants, closer to the right side of the hot shop. And Adam is the one with the blonde hair sitting at the center bench. And these 2 are having their first residency here at the museum. And this started Wednesday and is going all the way through Sunday, and is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us. So they just finished a 2-week residency / class over there and came over here to continue to explore their glass creating. And for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist artwork, I'll have that up on the screen now. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. So these 2 use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And for this piece specifically, I'll also point out one more person. We also have Sophie, who is wearing a blue shirt. And so these three are collaborating on a mirror. And so this mirror is going to have all of these clear glass flowers all around the side. And they're also going to do a little extra detail work that I'll make sure to point out later on as well. And so to create each of these individual leaves, a large bit of clear glass is brought over and placed on the side. And then they cut this in half, and you can see how they still have these really sharp points on the end, and that's really helping create this leaf shape. And they simply press those leaves down to make them flat. And this piece is going to be mirrorized later on once it is fully cooled down. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Could be questions about the glass process. It could be questions for the artists themselves. So it looks like that was the final bit for all of those clear glass leaves. Yeah, so Adam, who's sitting at that center bench working on the piece, has a glove on his right hand, which is the hand he's using to sculpt. And because the glass, when it's molten, is so hot, it literally radiates heat towards you. Even itself, you don't have to be just in front of the furnaces to feel the heat. The glass is also hot. And so the glove is protecting his hand from that radiating heat. So these are just wooden paddles, and Adam's using them to flatten both the sides of this disc to create that really smooth, even surface once more. Because they were heating it up over and over again, it was starting to slowly warp and kind of change shape. And now they're tilting this at an angle just a little bit easier to create these smaller details that they're about to apply. So a small bit of clear is going to be attached just at the base of each of these pairs of leaves. And then they're going to go in very quickly with a stamp, and this is going to give it a texture almost like a berry, they said. And there's a couple of these stamps used on this cylinder piece on this pedestal right here, just as a little example. So they're going to do this at the base of each of those pairs of leaves, just adding a little extra detail, and they also said to hide that connection point between the leaves and the mirror. Now, can I have some of our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? So for those who haven't seen our visiting artist artwork, Susan and Adam's artwork is up on the screen. So that was the final stamp that they had to do at the base of each of those pairs of leaves. And so now they're going to start preparing to break this piece off of the pipe to put it away. And this is going to involve a lot of torching. They're going to make sure that the heat is very even and warm before they break that piece off the pipe. If not, when they break that piece off, the cracks from breaking it off could travel through the cold glass. So they want to make sure that everything is really nice and warm before they go to put it away. And I see a couple of people are looking at some of the pieces on display. These were all made on previous days of these guys' residency, so on Wednesday or Thursday. And so some of these were made Wednesday when I was here, and I know for sure that some of these pieces that are down on the front tables, for example, these are going to be put together, but they're not going to be physically attached together. They're just going to nest inside of each other, but they are kind of a bigger piece altogether. So you can see Sarah is suited up in these special Kevlar gloves. Those are going to protect her from that glass as she picks it up off the end of the pipe. And to break this piece off of the pipe, a little bit of water is applied to that connection point, and this is causing shocking and cracking in the glass. And then to fully break this off, a tap to the pipe, and it looks like that was a successful break. So let's give them a round of applause for that big piece. And this is going to go rest in the annealer, which is that large black box that they just put it inside of. This is going to cool down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. About 12 to 24 hours, maybe at least overnight though, depending on the thickness of the glass. And now they will get started on their next piece. They'll probably do a little discussion on what they'll make next. And while we wait on that, since we're working with all clear glass today, I think I'll play a short video that'll describe how we fill our furnaces, because we'll be able to reuse a lot of this clear glass that we end up throwing away or breaking. So can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So now our artists, after finishing that big piece, will probably take about 5 to 10 minutes, just drink some water, discuss what they're going to make next. We'll be working all the way till 5 p.m. though, so we are definitely going to be working on another thing. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Could be questions about the glass process, the glass itself, or even questions for the artists. So Adam is saying that this piece that they just made is pretty much the hardest thing that they've ever made, including a lot of the other things that they made over the past couple of days during their residency as well, because this is the first time that they were attempting to accomplish these sorts of art pieces. So far during their residency, they've been using all clear glass. But if we were to apply color, there's a couple of different techniques we could use to get a speckled sort of color appearance across our piece. We have frit, and these are little shards of colored glass, so we could just take our clear glass and roll it in that, and that will stick to the outside and melt down to create that speckled appearance. And if we use a lot of it, sometimes it could create more of an opaque appearance. And there's a couple of other ways that we color glass as well, but that's just one example. And for the color itself inside of the glass, that is different metals and minerals. So for example, everyone knows cobalt blue glass. It's because it's made from cobalt mixed into that glass. And so similarly, we have, for example, gold chloride mixed into glass, and that's one of the expensive colors we use. Creates a ruby red or a pinkish red. So if you were here earlier for the mirror, they were bringing bits of glass over, so just like molten gobs of glass that are attached to the side of the piece. And similarly with this, they attached a bit of molten glass. And then they actually have a special tool that has those designs inside of it, and they just squeeze the tool almost like a pair of clamps or a pair of tweezers, but it has that rigid design inside of it, almost like a seashell. And so that just gave the glass an imprint of that design. So now our artists are going to get started on another one of those mirrors. This one is going to be a circular mirror though, and they're going to have these swirling designs all the way around the edge of it. And for those who joined us pretty recently, this was the previous mirror they made, this chalk sketch that we have on the floor. It had all of these sets of leaves going all the way around, just sets of two all the way around. There we go. And they were all kind of connected with this little berry stamp that they stamped at each of those connection points. But this one, they're going to be doing a completely different decoration, and the mirror itself is going to be a different shape and size. But this is still going to be made from all clear glass. They've been working with clear glass since day one. And this wooden spoon-shaped tool that Adam has been using off and on, this is called a block. And this is usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And this evened out that glass, so when they blow the bubble will blow out evenly. Now, just in case some of you haven't been in a hot shop before, I'm going to give just a quick little rundown, and this will describe all the temperatures of everything that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. We've been gathering out of that one over on the right today. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, as you can see, it's very viscous and sticky, so all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass at an angle, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end, kind of like honey and a wooden dowel. And these open face furnaces that you see throughout the hot shop, these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and they're only used for reheating, so they don't have any glass inside of them. And we have two of them running right now, so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not a huge difference or any significant difference between those two open face furnaces. And every now and then the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands from heating that glass over and over again. And so right now Adam's using a pipe cooler, and this is cooling the handle off. It's just a trough of water, splashes water up onto the handle. So just like that mirror they made earlier, they have attached a second pipe to the bottom of this bubble they created. And this is going to allow them to detach the bubble from its original pipe and give them access to the other side. And this is where they're going to be able to start opening it up and flaring it out into that perfect, almost plate-like shape, but it's going to be a mirror eventually. And yes, they are going to mirrorize these pieces later on. Once the pieces are completely cooled down, they pour a mixture over that glass and it creates that perfect mirror look. And because this glass is so thick at the center bench, you could see they're trying to break it off. The outer layer of the glass was cold enough to crack, but the inner layer was still literally molten, probably kind of like a taffy texture, so it was still trying to hold on. Now, welcome to those who just joined us. Right now, we are working on creating a circular mirror. And so this bubble at the center bench, they've just broken it off of its original pipe, which means they were left over with an opening, and they'll be able to start opening this up and flaring it out into that final shape that they're going for. They just want it completely flat like a mirror, and they are going to eventually mirrorize it, which is going to provide that completely reflective surface, but this is when the piece is completely cold later on. And if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So sometimes if they walk around a corner, if they go to an awkward spot in the hot shop, you'll be able to see up on the screen. But when they go over here, they're usually using a pipe cooler, and that is a trough of water that's splashing water up onto the handle of the pipe. And that cools it down pretty much instantly and allows them to handle the pipe a little bit closer to the glass again. Oh yeah, and these pieces on the front pedestals and on the front tables, these were made by our same artists and same team on the previous days of their residency here, so probably Wednesday or yesterday. I know all the ones on the table were made Wednesday, and a lot of them will be able to be assembled together, and they're just going to nest inside of each other. They're not physically going to be attached to each other. So now to slowly start opening this up, Adam is going inside the piece with the pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. So after coming out of the furnace, it looks like the piece is pretty much done, and that's because when you heat it up and it's opened wide enough already, you could just spin the piece really fast, and that creates centrifugal force or outward pulling force, and it pulled all of the walls and the opening straight outwards, creating that perfect plate shape. And they're going to add some extra details to this piece. They're going to add some sort of swirls and waves kind of around the edge of the piece as well. And if I didn't say so already, these are just some wooden paddles, and Adam's using them to make sure that the sides of this piece are absolutely completely flat. And these wooden paddles, just like these wooden spoon-shaped tools called blocks that he was using earlier, these are usually made out of fruit wood such as cherry wood. So since there's quite a few new people in the hot shop, I think I'll give a little reintroduction of who we have here today as our visiting artists. So today we have two visiting artists, Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And Adam's the one who's sitting at the center bench currently. Susan is the one with the black and blonde hair standing next to that large metal table. And this is their first residency here at the museum. It is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us. They just finished a 2-week residency / class up there and then came down here to continue to explore all of their glass art. And for those who haven't seen our artist's artwork, I'll pull that up on the screen. So this is our two visiting artists' artwork up on the screen. They use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And specifically, these mirror pieces that they've been working on today, the previous piece we made and this one, these are a collaboration between 3 people. And this third person is Sophie, the one in the blue shirt. So now they will start to bring bits of glass over to this mirror that they have at the center bench, and these are going to create all of those individual little swirls going all the way around the edge. So all of our glass furnaces that we have in here are clear, and we only have two of them. They're the ones with the closed doors specifically. And sometimes we'll just use one at a time in case we are in the process of heating or melting more glass, or if it's too low in one of the furnaces. And we do use color in our glass, but for this residency so far we've only used clear glass. And did I already explain how to apply some of the color to the glass? A little bit. Oh yeah, okay. So every now and then you'll see the artist torching the back end of this piece. And this is for a couple of reasons, but one of the reasons is it's the last thing going into the furnace and it's the first thing coming out. So it's naturally the coldest area of the piece, right at that connection point between the glass and the pipe. And we want to make sure to keep a very even heat across this entire piece. Otherwise, areas of it could break or crack from thermal shock. And that was the last bit of glass needed for the last swirl on the edge of this mirror. Now, if I didn't mention already, little fun fact, this small torch that they're using here and there is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop. And I've been told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass. So that was very quickly spot heating that connection point and allowing our artists to get that water into a really nice tight crevice in there. And this is going to cause a lot of shocking and cracking just at that connection point, and then a simple tap to the pipe and that piece will break cleanly off. And then Sarah, with her special Kevlar gloves, is going to carry this over to the annealer, which is that big black box on the wall. And this will slowly cool the glass down overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. So now that is our second mirror finished. And later on, when these pieces are completely cool and they have been kind of ground down and polished, they'll be able to send them out to get that mirror coating, or mirrorize them, as they've been saying. And just in case you guys haven't seen our visiting artist artwork, can I have that up on the screen now too? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our 2 visiting artists' artwork. So we are going to be cleaning up a little bit early. You guys are welcome to stick around, but we're just going to be cleaning up, packing up. If anyone ever has any questions, feel free to let me know.